25-second warning. We're starting 25 seconds. This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Here.
Director Wilburn,
Here.
Director Payne,
Here.
President Shandy.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Vice President Cons.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Director Cons. At this time, let the record show that the public hearing on the 2025-2026 proposed budget is now open. Ms. Allen?
Thank you. In compliance with state statute, a proposed budget for 25-26 was presented to the Board of Education on May 8th, 2025. The proposed budget was made available for inspection on the district's website and in person at the EAC starting on May 9th, 2025. Legal notices of the proposed budget were published in the local newspapers. The 25-26 proposed budget will be considered for adoption at tonight's meeting.
Mr. Belcher, do we have anyone signed up to speak to the board this evening regarding the proposed 2025 fiscal budget?
We do have one individual who has signed up for comment.
Thank you. The board welcomes the comments of our community members. We greatly value all comments from the public, but in order to adhere to board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board and superintendent will not respond at the meeting. Speakers may offer appreciation for or criticism of school operations and programs as concern them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly as they are personally responsible for any legal consequences attributable to their comments, including claims for defamation. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker and consistent with GP 4.04, comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interpret, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
Our only commenter is Katie Chukis.
I'm hoping to get some clarification because this is a budget hearing. It's not a typical type of comments. How much time do I have for my the hearing comments?
2 minutes.
That's unfortunate. Also, typically in budget hearings, there's the ability to ask questions, and please don't have the timer going right now. There's ability to ask questions of me, and what was read said that you could not address any questions. Will I have time to have questions addressed to me if that makes sense?
No, my statement stands. 2 minutes and no questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, that's a shame. Okay, anyway, given my comments in prior years on the budget, I had planned to set aside a lot of time to review this large document, but it was surprising to me that this budget is only 59 pages versus last year's, which is over 300 pages. I totally agree with what the goals are about strengthening student academic growth and achievement. But today in the working session, we discussed capital shortfalls, and we're hearing about a 19% cut to the current funding sources for the Air Academy High School rebuild. Again, my name is Catherine Chukis. I am the parent co-chair of the SAC for Air Academy High School. I live in the district. I have children at Air Academy. I recommend that you halt the approval of the budget for the 25-26 until the risks that can be identified and also incorporated in the budget. I encourage you not to approve the resolution 244-25, your agenda item 13C, until there's been discussion and details shared with the board about several specific items. Here's the specifics I'd like to have shared and discussed. On page 6, it talks about what the budgeting process may not allow. This is about EL 2.6. And again, I think there are, it's inadequate about the capital line items now. The DoD cap is new. This budget has changed in the past month with respect to Air Academy. I think there could be a request to set aside more capital reserves to be used and be set aside for PISMIP funds from the district funds for Air Academy. By this, I mean we're going to be using district funding sources like we were doing for Douglas Valley Elementary School. The board should be asking for year-end fund balances to increase by more than 5% for the capital funds for the next 3 to 4 years. On page 41, you can see that the capital fund balances, the reserves, are going down by a lot in the year, significant amount on page 41 for the 27-28 year. We cannot have this. On page 29, we have no projection related to PISMIP funds in the future. This also could be a source for Air Academy. This could be happening. On page 37, you can see it's really interesting. We have mill levies going down each year. And again, we've got a mill levy drop in 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Chukas. Your time is up. I appreciate you. Your time is up. Thank you. Please vacate. That concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. There is a budget discussion later in the meeting at which board members may comment about the proposed 2025-26 budget. Mrs. Ruckman, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board has been made aware of these.
Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any discussion items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Payne,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. Does anyone have anything to share for board comment tonight? Director Cons.
Thank you. Briefly, thank you all for being here. As our school year's ended, I just want to thank all those that are in the room and your teams here at D20 EAC for all your hard work. We've been seeing a lot of big projects lately, and I just want to thank our cabinet and all their staffs for really pushing forward on everything. Want to thank Colonel Chio Stallworth for serving with us, not only as our liaison on this board, but for serving our country and our community. And we honor you and congrats on your upcoming retirement. And then finally, I just want to welcome Director Susan Payne to her first full board meeting. And we're glad to have you here. And thank you so much for heeding the call.
Thank you so much.
All right, Superintendent Haberer.
All right, well, we finished the end of the year and so many great things happening. So I did get several visits in actually in the last couple of weeks before school ended, and so many amazing opportunities for students to celebrate. At Mountain View Elementary, I had a chance to have a rather lengthy conversation with teacher Casey Baugh, and she was telling me all about the You Fly reading program, hence the butterfly. And she uses the butterfly as a reward. So as students start to hit their goals that they set for themselves, they get to wear the butterfly. And I guess it's very popular. But I was just so impressed with the just the system that she had there in her classroom and for that whole grade level. And so that was just a joy to learn more about their reading program. At Woodman Roberts, I caught it just in time. Previous students who had attended Woodman Roberts had a chance. They were all seniors and they do a walkthrough and everybody cheers for them, which is also a great role model for our younger students to see them in their cap and gowns and think, that's going to be me someday. Foothills Elementary, again, they were doing the 5th grade clap. So the 5th graders all kind of parade through the school and everyone claps for them. And these cute students on the left there, they all wanted both Julie and I, Principal Julie Casano and I, to sign their yearbooks. So that was pretty fun. I don't think I've been asked that since high school. So that was just really fun. Eagle View Middle School, amazing, absolutely fantastic 8th grade choir concert. The folks at Air Academy, if they're getting these students, are just going to have such a wonderful new group for their programming there, because I know they have an amazing choir and drama program at Air Academy as well. Project Search graduation, that was a real joy, and I'm so appreciative of our partnership with UC Health. And so congratulations to our students who recently graduated from Project Search. And that would include Chloe Cunningham from Liberty High School, Logan June from Rampart, Matthew Jacobs, who also was from Rampart, and Elena Patel, who was from Air Academy High School. So as you guys know, Project Search is a national program that supports young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And the initiative helps participants have a transition from school to meaningful employment between the ages of 18 and 21. And 2 of them already had jobs waiting for them as a result of their internship. So again, a huge, huge thank you to UC Health and our partnership with them. Our Bridges graduation, and I know we had a chance to do that together. Huge congratulations to our students. And these students that graduated this year included Nicholas Edenfield, Christian Tovar, Paul Michael Magransky-Quay, Ella Stahl, Levi Archuleta, Travis Sweeten, Ryan Vetter, Hannah Wright Sage, Rovia, and JL Rivera. And the Bridges Transition Program, as you know, is our D20 program designed to support students with disabilities as they transition from high school to the adult world. And it certainly individualizes the services that really are tailored to meet individual needs. And as you know, we had a wonderful time, amazing graduation, and a huge thank you to Dr. Field and Learning Services and everyone who helped out with this successful graduations. And we thank you to the communications team and taking all those wonderful pictures. And we had about 1,800 graduates this year from our district. And then I had a chance to go to the 8th grade continuation ceremony, and the gentleman who is speaking there, he is Jordan Pruitt, and he was their 8th grade class president, and he did an amazing job with his speech. And I couldn't help but take a picture of Becky and I sporting our purple. Pine Creek High School, huge congratulations to Divyanish Kulkarni. I had a chance to meet him. I love going to Tiffany Davis. I always ask to go to her classroom. She does an amazing job at Pine Creek with her CTE programming. And this student, he won a logo design, was chosen for the 2nd annual Colorado Springs Fire Department open house. So they used his logo for social media for their open house and for their t-shirts, which I thought was really cool. And then Becky and I had a chance to go to the pre-graduation reception, and it was just wonderful to have some time speaking with our new superintendent, General Tony Barenfind. And I told him that we were trying to invite him to I met his wife at one of the football games, and she mentioned she loves to stand outside and listen to the marching band at Air Academy. So I tried to get an invitation through all of the, I guess, barriers or channels for last year's homecoming. And he said he never received it. So he actually gave me his direct contact. So we're going to try to ensure that he at least has the invitation and the date for homecoming. But just appreciated his support. And of course, we got to pet the falcon, which was amazing. Huge thank you to our new director, Susan Payne. It is such a delight to have you on the board. So we're super excited about that. Colorado School, huge shout out to our communications team. We're proud to announce that they went to recently a convention that brings all the communication teams together in our state, and they won the prestigious award of excellence in the intranet category for our insider, which Mark, you and your team just done a fabulous job in putting that together. And what we do in cabinet is we go around and say, okay, what do we have to submit to the insiders? So it's a true team effort, but I just appreciate Mark and Crystal and the whole team and your efforts with that. So that was exciting to see that they won an award too for that. Peak Education, I was invited to go to the grand opening and want to learn more about this program. And so I know that Kendra Tate, who's our College and Career Services Coordinator there in the middle, and Tala Harmon, we're all going to work together to reach out to Peak Education. They might be a good source of support, especially for Aspen Valley, because what they do is they empower young people to pursue their dreams by helping them navigate the path beyond high school. They provide guidance, resources, support to ensure all youth, regardless of their background, have the access that they need and training. So they'll actually come in and do some mentorship and just kind of help support our efforts. I told them about Aspen Valley and they were excited to explore that possibility. And our amazing cabinet, truly, I just want to say how much I love each one of them. We have such a strong team and we couldn't help but just have a little bit of fun to celebrate the great year that we've had together. And you see the amazing thing happen, all the things in our districts, and we have amazing leaders, and that is especially true for our cabinet, every single one of them. So thank you, cabinet. Could not do this job without you. You're amazing. We also are starting some new things, and that is a special education spotlight. We have so many amazing things going on in our special ed department. So we want to start highlighting those wonderful programs that we have. So we had 3 Academy District 20 students who are set to begin internships at UC Health, again, through the Project Search starting in August. They get to rotate through various hospital departments, facilities, pharmacy, human resources, and it really offers them some amazing internship opportunities. So congratulations to Margaret Wilson, Aubriana Winters, and Joshua Tobias. And a huge thank you to our special ed team and all the support of their students in helping to provide these opportunities. The other thing we're going to start adding to this superintendent update is a strategic plan spotlight. So we were very excited to see that we hit our 3rd grade reading goals. We had the goal of 77.5%. Achieved or above or at or above the end of year benchmark. And so we met our goal there. And then another celebration is that 90% of our 3rd graders are reading proficiently. And as you guys know, we're also tracking any students that don't hit that mark. We follow up with them the next couple of years to ensure that they become proficient with everything that we can do before they graduate from 5th grade, transition to 6th grade. And then more celebrations really around connectedness, which is another important part of our strategic plan. Colonel Hubert sent us a bunch of celebrations. They just went to a national competition and they placed 1st in broad jump, 2nd in pull-ups and flexed arm hang, 4th in beach obstacles, and 3rd they placed overall all service and 1st place in the Air Force co-ed team. Colonel Hubert also was named the region's 2nd senior instructor of the year. And there were many celebrations within that, and we're just so proud of our team. And we also had a wonderful time to celebrate with our classified staff. Over on the right, I spent some time in their new facility with the transportation team, just really asking them, what's going well, what are some of our challenges? And I had the wonderful opportunity to meet Jeff Profit over in the right-hand corner there. He is the Colorado State Pupil Transportation Association Rodeo champ. He's qualified for the national competition in Austin this summer. So we'll have to wish him the best. And hear about how that goes. But he was really excited to tell me about his bus rodeo experiences. And then over on the other side, certainly was really wonderful to be able to visit with all of our classified staff. They're really a very foundational support to our whole district, and we can't do it without them. Again, they're such an important part of our Team One. And then, as you know, thank you, all of you, for the transportation ribbon cutting. That was exciting, and I think we were all so impressed with that new facility. So as we shared there, this project represents a significant step towards supporting our amazing transportation operations and team. And although it was not originally included in the 2016 bond language, because of careful financial management, it allowed us to complete it as the final project of the $230 million bond initiative. And it really addresses all the needs that were identified in 2016 and truly demonstrates how we use our resources responsibly. And thank you to Nicole and Amy, Director Cons and Director Shandy and Director Payne. Thank you so much for being there for the PSMIP evaluation today. It was so great, and thank you, Colonel Stallworth, for bringing your team. It was, again, a true Team One moment. As you can see, we all sat together, and a huge thank you to Deputy Superintendent Becky Allen. Becky, you are just exceptional in putting all of that data together in the presentation and the agenda and all of that. So thank you. Went really well. I think the folks from the Department of Defense are very supportive of our project, and we're going to spend another day or in the morning tomorrow and go to Discovery Canyon, and we're looking at the different career academy options. But I know I just felt nothing but support from them today. And it's due to our team effort and especially all the detail and that you put together, Becky, and you and Chris, I know really worked hard on that. And so thank you. Now we want to say a special thank you to Colonel Stallworth. He has been our liaison to USAFA. And he has been in service to D20 for the past 2 years. You joined the Board of Education as, again, our USAFA liaison in the summer of 2023. I think the same summer I came on, right? And he's really been so integral in helping us with our PSMIP project, as well as anytime we've had a need to work together with USAFA. It's like, Colonel Stallworth, we need your help. And then snow days, right? I mean, I know you and Becky were calling each other at like 4:30 in the morning. 4. And just a wonderful partnership. And I know that you were really a big part of that. So just want to thank you for that, Colonel Stallworth. He is the commander of the 10th Mission Support Group at the United States Air Force Academy. He commands a team of nearly 1,900 military, civilian, and contractors. And he is also retiring from the Air Force after 20 years of service to our country. So thank you for your service too. That is just tremendous. So we'd like to share a few mementos with you. So if you'll come around in front. And that's the end of my superintendent report. Mr. Smart, do you have an administrator that we can celebrate?
I don't only have one, I have 7.
Oh,
I'm not,
7.
I'm not gonna get the record though. Becky got 8, so
All
I'm still,
right,
I might
all
make
right.
up, I might make up 2
Sure.
just so I can get to 9. So see if I can come up with a couple extras tonight. The first 2 folks I'm gonna introduce are not here tonight. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here in person or online, and they're doing some other things, so I'll just introduce them. But they wish they could be here. So the first individual I'd like to introduce is Mike Weeder, who's being recommended as the principal at Village Middle School. He's actually in Branson, Missouri, which I didn't realize this. When I was a kid, I went to Branson. I didn't know I was in Branson because I was a kid. And we went to this place called Silver Dollar City, and I still have a fear of log rides because of that place. So, and guess where I'm going this summer? Branson. Oh gosh. Okay. So, I know, noted. Mike holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a Master of Science in Engineering Management from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. He began his kind of educational career at USAFA as an analyst in a couple different areas. He was a lessons learned specialist and also in admissions, and then he was also in the enrollment programs branch. And then he went to District 49 to Rocky Mountain Classical Academy, where he did several different positions there. He was a teacher. He was an elementary school principal and then a K-8 principal and athletic director. And then he moved on to Odyssey Elementary School, where he was an assistant principal, and then to Skyview Middle School, where he was the assistant principal, and he currently serves as the principal at Skyview Middle School in District 49. So we're pleased to recommend Mike tonight for the position of principal at Village Middle School. You can clap if you want, just even though he's not here. I mean, just for me, it makes me feel better. Okay, thank you. All right, the next individual I'm going to introduce is Carrie Evans, and she's being recommended for the Director for Curriculum and Instruction. And again, she's unable to be here tonight, but she holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Elementary Education from the University of West Florida and a Master's of Arts in Education, Administration, and Supervision from University of Phoenix. And she began her career in District 11 as a 3rd grade teacher, and then moved on to District 49, where she was third grade teacher at Woodman Hills and also a literacy coach at Ridgeview Elementary School. Then moved on to Harrison District 2, where she worked at Sand Creek Elementary School as an assistant principal. And she's currently serving as a principal at Ranch Creek Elementary School. And so we're excited to have her step into her new role as Director for Curriculum and Instruction. Oh, I need a little like applause sign or something. I could do that. Yeah, no, just kidding. You guys are great. Okay, so the next individual I'd like to introduce is Allison Metcalf, who's being recommended as the assistant principal for Mountain View Elementary School. And I think there's a few folks from Mountain View here tonight as well. Yeah, woohoo! All right. And she's here with her husband, Nick, and her kids, Quinn. And Tate was going to come, but then he decided to stay home. And I'm here he's going to miss out on milkshakes after this is over. So I'm sorry, Tate. Okay. So Allison holds a Bachelor's of Science in Early Childhood Education from the University of Wisconsin, Stout. That must be is that in Stout, Wisconsin? Is that why? Oh, Madison. Oh, Menominee. Oh, that's another hard word. That's why I didn't say it. Master's of Education in Cultural and Linguistic Diverse Education from Colorado State University, Pueblo, which I'm glad it's Pueblo instead of Fort Collins, because you know I went to school in Wyoming. So at least that's better. And Allison began her career in Harrison District 2 at Mountain Vista Community School as a CLDE teacher for K2, and then Bricker Elementary School, where she was a 3rd grade teacher and ELG instructional coach. And she's currently serving as a TOSA / Dean of Students at Sunrise Elementary School in Whitefield District 3. So we're pleased to recommend Allison tonight for the position of Assistant Principal of Mountain View Elementary School. Anything you'd like to say? All right.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I am truly honored and excited to be joining Academy School District 20 as the new assistant principal at Mountain View. I am looking forward to working alongside Principal Gorsh and contributing to the incredible work she has already begun. I wanted to extend my gratitude to Mr. Smart, Ms. Killingsworth, the hiring committee, and the Board of Education for this amazing opportunity to serve our D20 community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now Quinn, you owe me because I'm making sure you're getting milkshakes tonight. All right, the next individual I'd like to introduce is Amanda Wormers, and who's being recommended as the assistant principal. and athletic director at Rampart High School. And she holds a Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education from the University of Vermont. That just sounds nice, doesn't it? University of Vermont. And Masters of Arts in Educational Leadership from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. She began her career in Harrison District 2 as a health teacher, and then went to Douglas County School District and was a PE teacher and a health teacher there. And then went back to Harrison to teach PE, health, and AVID, and then became an IB coordinator and interim principal, and then an assistant principal. She's done it all, right? She's done it all. And then she moved to District 11, where she's an assistant principal slash athletic director there at Mitchell High School. And so we're pleased to introduce her tonight for the position of assistant principal and athletic director at Rampart High School. Anything you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you for allowing me to join the District 20 team and the Rampart team. Super excited to jump in and have this opportunity. I look forward to a great time in District 20. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next I'd like to introduce Alice Stoneback, who is being recommended as the assistant. All right, yeah, let her go. Woohoo! Recommended as the assistant principal for Air Academy High School. She's joined the team by her husband, Matt, and her two sons, Sebi, which is short for Sebastian, correct? And then Bear. I love that name, Bear. Now, they say he truly is like a bear. He climbed a tree, and all I did was fall out of trees, so way to go, Bear. Alice holds a Bachelor's of Arts in French and Secondary Education from Alma College, and a Master's of Arts in Teacher Arts and Humanities from Colorado College in Colorado Springs. She began her career in Manitou Springs as a teacher, track and field coach, cheerleading coach, student council advisor. Anything I'm missing there? Pretty much everything, yeah. And then now she's currently serving as the Dean of Students and a little bit of activities director help there at Air Academy, right? And so we're happy to recommend her tonight for the assistant principal at Air Academy High School. Anything you'd like to say? Sure.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm so excited to be an assistant principal at Air Academy High School and to just continue my learning and growth as part of the very special KDEC community. Thank you to Amy for selecting me to be part of the incredible administrative team, and thank you to the board for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Quite a cheering section. All right, good job. Okay, so next I'd like to introduce Kendra Tate, who's being recommended as the Director for College and Career Services. She holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Journalism from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Is that the Tar Heels? I'm a Duke fan, so okay. Anyways, Masters of Arts, Masters of Education and from the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, because he decided not to go back to the Tar Heels, to switch it up, okay. And then a Master's of Education and Educational Leadership from Northern Arizona University, which, fun fact, I also got my master's at Northern Arizona University. Go Lumberjacks. Oh yeah, bachelor's. So quite a few of us went there. And so Kendra began her career in Tucson Unified School District in Arizona. She worked at several schools, middle school, high school. Did journalism, intervention teacher, English, also a CT teacher in business and marketing as well. And then she went to Page, Arizona, which another fun fact, when I was a teacher in Arizona, I used to coach and we played against Page. So I used to go to Page all the time and they beat us most of the time. So I'm really sad about that. But she was an assistant principal there. And then she also went to Casa Grande Elementary School District and was a principal at Cactus. So if you have a school in Arizona, somebody has to have a Cactus Elementary School or middle school. That was middle school. And then she went to Tucson Unified School District, where she was a K-8 school principal there. And she currently serves as a college and career coordinator in D20. And so we're excited to recommend her for the Director for College and Career Services. Anything you'd like to say?
I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity, President Shandy, Superintendent Haber, board members. I'm just really excited to work alongside the team that I've been working with for the last 4 years and with district leadership as we continue the what we've built so far and to grow that from the Portrait of a Graduate to our dual and concurrent enrollment, our industry certification, all the things that we are doing currently as we prepare students for their post-secondary life so that we create those lifelong learners and who have multiple opportunities and can carve out their own path because they're prepared. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'm very excited.
Thank you.
Well, that's okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right. Last but not least, all right, I would like to introduce Jim Rohr, who's being recommended as the Director for Contracting and Purchasing. Maybe Becky wants to do a little, no, okay. He's joined this evening by his wife, Beth, who said she didn't want to be introduced. Oh, that was my notes for myself not to do that. But Beth, thank you for coming tonight. Jim holds a Bachelor's of Science in Justice Systems from Truman State University and a Master's of Business Administration and Finance from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. He's also a certified public procurement officer and a certified procurement professional. That sounds very exciting, and I'm sure we'll hear about that later. Yes, he's going to tell me all about it. So he began his career, he was in the U.S. Army, did several things there, platoon leader, operations officer, company commander. KB Home Construction, another fun fact, I did have a KB Home when I lived in California. So gosh, there's just like 6 degrees of separation going on here tonight. If you don't know that, look up Kevin Bacon. Also worked at Today's Homes, Leonard Corporation construction manager, and Blue Sky Restoration as a project manager. He's currently serving as the purchasing and contracts manager in District 49. We're pleased to recommend Jim tonight for the position of Director for Contracting and Purchasing. Jim, anything you'd like to say?
Keep it short. I just want to thank the board, everyone that I've met so far. It's been a great experience. I'm super excited to start and I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so you know, Jim's been so excited. He's kind of already, just like reached out and said, hey, anything I can do. So we appreciate that, Jim. Appreciate you being ready to roll. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you. Till now, you won't see me again till August. I know it's going to be sad. So.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. I want to circle back around. I apologize, Director Wilburn. You had a board comment that I did not allow you to make, so please.
I did. Director Shandy and her desire to keep these meetings moving. First of all, I can't help but wonder if all these people from Northern Arizona is just an indication that school's easy to get into. Or is that not the case? Yeah, I had a couple of comments and I was so busy looking for my notes. I missed the window. I too would of course like to congratulate Colonel Stallworth, who is leaving the board, and Mrs. Payne, who is joining it. Frankly, I don't know which of the two of you should be more happy about that fact. But best of luck, my friend. It's been a pleasure to get to know you, and I'm certainly enjoying getting the opportunity to know you. What I wanted to comment on, so at the last board meeting, during public comment, I mean, there's a lot of concerns and questions about special education, and rightfully so. I think all school districts probably struggle to some point. It's a very difficult area of the education industry to manage. And the comment was made that we are sending SPED professionals away by the dozens. And I thought, well, if that's accurate, that's not good. I mean, we need to make sure that we're getting and retaining the right people. So I reached out to our head of HR, Mr. Cameron Smart, actually not to Mr. Smart, but to Superintendent Haberer, who then reached out to Mr. Smart, because that's how we do it, and said, can we get a look at our numbers? Are we really hemorrhaging special education professionals? And if so, what's our plan for correcting that? And Mr. Smart provided me the actual numbers. Now, granted, there's some ebb and flow here because these resources get reallocated from time to time and sent where they're needed and what have you around the district. But as of May 1st, so the end of last school year, May 1st, 2024, the district employed 39 resource paraeducation educators. So 39. As of May 1st this year, so roughly a month and a couple of weeks ago, we had 40 research paraeducators within the district. So appearances and reality may not be the same. We're going to work on it. We are working on it. Superintendent Haber daily is engaged in making sure that our SPED abilities are where they need to be. But the idea that we're just sending people away by the dozens because for whatever reason, is not accurate. And we're constantly working on that. There's not a day that goes by that we aren't. These children deserve as much attention as anybody else. But the idea that the numbers are plummeting, I just wanted to point out that that's not entirely accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilburn. All right, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted.
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Payne,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. There are 15 people viewing the live stream right now, and we will take a 10-minute break to transition. See you in 10. 1 minute warning, please. 1 minute warning. Find your seats. All right. It's always so incredibly inspiring to begin our meeting by celebrating the hard work and achievements of our D20 faculty, staff, liaisons, all the amazing people. So thank you for that. Now we transition into the business portion of our meeting, a time for thoughtful discussion and decision making. Out of respect for this focus, we ask that the applause be held during this part of the session as we shift our attention to the important work ahead. Thank you very much. There are no items pulled from the consent agenda. Monitoring report for executive limitations policy 2.5 asset protection. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Wilburn, when you're ready. No worries, take your time.
Okay, 2.5 asset protection. So I can't get at the report now because I'm temporarily offline. We'll have to fix that in a minute. Policy provision 2.5.1. So on page 2, the data reported includes annual property appraisals. But then 2.5.2, the final budget says the appraisal company only inspected new construction, which I suspect is probably the right one because doing the whole thing seems excessive. But which way does that actually work? I guess that's that Becky?
Yes, Deputy Superintendent Becky.
Yeah, overview, great. No, overview is great.
Mr. Ristig to contact you. But periodically, and you're referring to our appraised value in the school district.
Mhm.
So I think what might be referred to is that there's an appraisal done of our existing properties. And at some times for them to update that, they just then evaluate the new construction. And then they'll get out back on cycle again and evaluate all
Okay.
buildings. But if any more specifics, I'd be more than happy to have Mr. Ristig contact you.
No, that I had a feeling it was something like that. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
District broker. And then in 2.5.8, which is the Cumbre Vista, I think it says, the report says summer or fall. Is there any tightening on that transaction yet, or is that still kind of where we are?
I have no update after they extended it with the one that was approved back on May 8th, where they asked to extend the closing deadline, but I have not gotten an update. I
Okay.
did ask our contact, do you think that by September, because that's the new window we signed on for, and I said, your shot at that is June and August and September. Those would be the 3 board meetings that would be available. And I said, I assumed June would not work. And I said, you'd really have to then have that tightened up because the board has to go ahead and approve that in advance. So to make that September closing, it would have to either be approved at the August meeting or the September meeting. She said that she thought that would work, but certainly if anything changes, we would need to execute another amendment and I would bring it to the board for consideration.
Okay, so we'll find out when you find out kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and lastly, 2.5.9 vehicle asset disposal. I'm just curious about this. So we had several vehicles, I don't have it in front of me, but mostly trucks and tractor,
Yes.
I mean, heavy vehicles
Yes.
reach the end of their depreciable life. What actually happened to those trucks and vans? Are those disposed of, or they just reached the end of their depreciable life?
Well, when
But we
it's
still
off,
use them.
yeah, we don't use them anymore. That's kind of the full disposal process.
Okay.
Whether or not we received any income on these, I will research that and get back with you.
I'd buy one. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No, okay. Is the superintendent, excuse me, is the superintendent's interpretation of the policy reasonable? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all these sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? All right, that brings us to monitoring report for executive limitations policy 2.10 district calendar. Does anyone have questions? Director Wilburn.
I do. I'm doing this from memory because I had to do a restart. But I believe the EL, it's written that the school year shall not begin in the first 2 weeks of August. You're shaking your head. So you already know. Okay, what am I missing? Or what are we
You're
on?
close, but it's the first number one under the EL 2.10. I have it up live from board docs. It says start the school year as late in August as possible.
Right. Not in the first 2 weeks?
Director.
I think there's one portion that says what you said, Dr. Field, and there
Yeah.
is another portion. I noticed that too. We're only a day earlier than 2 weeks, but there's some portion of that report that did say, well,
Yeah,
let's start within the first.
Was it in the report or in the EL?
I believe it was a report. Can we pull that up? What was in our board packet real fast?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm just coming back to life here.
It'll be a race, so you can get it up first.
Right.
Dr. Fields is, Director Collins is. I
Which page?
It's just in the interpretation.
Okay.
That is where we read it though.
So what does it say exactly?
So this is the first page of the report.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yep. The interpretation, the district shall ensure that the school year does not does not begin within the first 2 weeks of August. That's not written correctly because the EL, which is what we follow, says within as early as possible. So we'll fix it.
Okay, and so we'll notate that in our MRE too. Okay.
Yeah, good catch.
Any other questions? All right, is the superintendent's interpretation of the policy reasonable? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring cycle? Yes, we need to change the wording. Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? No. All right. All right, that brings us to the Advisory Personnel Performance Evaluation Council. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Wilburn.
Just one curiosity. I'm wondering, so we had 146 licensed staff members complete HEEE. I'm just wondering where that 146 comes from. It seems like a great number. Does that typically go up, go down, or stay right about there?
Well, this was the first year we had the full implementation of the highly effective educator evaluation because it just went into effect. So this is our first kind of full implementation of it, and that's throughout the district. So that's including all school sites. We anticipate that will continue to go up from here as people learn more about that and fall into that category. So.
Thank you, Mr. Smart.
Yep.
All right. 2025 summer projects update. Does anyone have questions or comments? Director Wilburn.
I guess I'm sucking all the airspace up. Sorry about that.
It's all right. No questions.
Slide 7, replace gym floors. We had talked about asbestos abatement and all those things. What does that look like? I mean, clearly it's been budgeted and, thank you.
Mike Redmond is our Director for Facilities, and he'd be happy to help.
So just to hear the question again one more time.
So we talked multiple times over the last year or two about replacement of gym floors, and asbestos abatement was always an issue because it's difficult and it's expensive. We have everything we need. It's going to get done. I forget which schools. I think there's 2 or 3.
It's at Woodman Roberts and Chinook. We do. Matter of fact, just there, Woodman Roberts yesterday, containment bubbles built. They're removing the asbestos, getting out of there. And once that's removed, they'll be able to reinstall the floor and go to the next stage. So yes, we have everything we need for it.
Being a technical knucklehead, I have no idea what getting the bubbles installed means.
When you go in, you have to make sure that as you're working in this, you're kicking up dust, you're kicking up the particulate. It's there. You don't want it to get into the building or out. So they build a bubble. It looks just like that. When you go up to the doors where they're working, it's a contained bubble that has, you know, I want to say it's plastic, it's not, but that keeps all the air where you want it and doesn't allow the asbestos particles to escape.
And at DCC, this is just a curiosity for me. We're talking about putting in a post-tension surface. I think it was for tennis.
Yeah.
What is that?
It is
no idea.
Basically the better version of how you do tennis courts today. What they do, the courts that are currently there are asphalt. Over time, they break down, they move real easy. What we're putting in is concrete that's reinforced with steel, with pieces of steel wiring that goes through. And it's post-tension because they actually will stretch it like a rubber band. So they put it in there and then they pull it extremely tight, and then cut it, secure it.
Okay.
And what it does is over time, as the concrete gets older, it keeps it pulled together. So if you do get cracks, they're hairline cracks. They basically don't exist, where if you were to go up to DCC right now and look at the asphalt, we have cracks that are 2-3 inches. This won't happen with the post tension. It'll actually keep it together longer.
Mr. Wilburn, shortly after I started as CFO, Mike and I would walk some of the tennis courts. They had a lot of cracks, not only at DCC, but other sites as well. And it used to get what I'd call a Band-Aid every year or two with, you know, the crack filler. And we were putting good money after bad. And so we went ahead and invested in those post-tension courts, and now we have them. This'll be our last site.
It is. It's the last.
So they'll all be post-tension.
Except for Challengers. Challengers got asphalt under
The high school
the
tennis
high
court.
school tennis courts.
So long range is going to save a ton of money with all the expanding and contracting.
It will. It was one of those, okay, just let's put another 100,000 in, but it just, with the freezing and thaw, it just wouldn't last over a long period of time. And we'd be right back at square one. So we decided to really invest and take care of it.
Yeah, the Band-Aids that we were talking about, they wouldn't last through a year. So it'd be great courts in the fall for the boys. By the time the girls were playing in the spring, cracks were all there. Came back. So this was a great investment.
Director Cons.
So Mr. Redmond and Mr. Morse, is that right?
Yeah, Dan Moore.
Okay, we were sitting next to each other this morning at Air Academy. So I was just kind of asking him about, in this report, the Mountain Ridge portables, and you said you were able to sell them.
Yep.
Which is exciting. It had just generated a question in my mind about how frequent, because so many modular buildings are so old,
Mhm.
how often does that happen? But if you can share a little bit, and then I have another comment.
Yeah, we actually sold two of them, two of the three. Doesn't happen enough for me to be happy. Just because of the, the portals are temporary. We have a lot of them. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with them to keep them up. Yeah. But when we can, we do try to sell them. As we were talking this afternoon, the things with the temporary buildings, a lot of ours are 30, 40 years old. I laugh because we have a couple that are older than the school they're at. Because they do get moved around, reused, repurposed, remodeled. We are able to easily fix them up, but there's quite a cost to doing it as we're moving them around. But when we get to a point, we get rid of them. We either demolish them, or in this case, we were able to sell them.
Well, I'm glad for that. Thank you. And this is just kind of a beginning comment to the board and, Superintendent Haber, that how much money, there's a lot of $20,000 metal ramps that need replacing, the old wood people are getting injured on ramps up to the modular buildings. So I just want to start the conversation, just a outlook of how necessary the modulars are at our schools, with maybe stagnant enrollment or something. I just think it would be wise for us to look at making sure we're not putting, where student safety, staff safety is a concern, that needs to happen, but making sure we're not putting too much money into these modular buildings, perhaps when we're not going to be needing them. So thank you for the insight this morning.
Thank you, Director Cons and Director Wilburn. Monthly financial report through April 2025. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No, okay. Just making sure. They want to skip you again. Second semester 2024-25 expulsion report. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. Changes to administrative policies update. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. Executive limitations, policy 2.11, administrative policy adoption process. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Mark, can you please pull this up? I wanted to make a quick comment. I've been serving on this board for 19 months, I think it is. And in that time, come up again and again with policies created and things like that, that the board would like to be more a part of. And Superintendent Haber has been amazing in receiving our desires to be a part of administrative policy creation. Carver's policy model has worked for many years, but for this board, we need a little bit of adaptation for that. And this policy 2.11 gives us that, gives us more of a role in administrative policy creation. And I'm excited about that. And I'm very appreciative for Superintendent Haber's willingness to participate in that and her ideas around it, and for her cabinet to also welcome, our desires as a board for that. So Director Cons.
And just to add on to what President Shandy said, this has been a thoughtful process of trying to all work together as Team One. And first, from what I understand, I want to thank the cabinet for being open to this modification, but really I'm thrilled for our citizens, our public in our area, to get a monthly we're expecting a monthly report about administrative policies rather than twice a year with that long list that is attached in board docs. So we're really going to increase the transparency of all of us in this room and in this community, getting to hear much more frequently about updates and have a discussion. The board is going to get a chance to hear the historical reasoning behind administrative policies. We're going to be able to have much more full, rich discussions about each policy. So I appreciate everyone working together with that.
Very good, thank you. Monitoring report for governance policy, process policy 4.5, monitoring board governance process and the board superintendent relationship. Does anyone have questions or comments? Director Cons.
Director Wilburn, did you have any just before I go? Okay. All I wanted to point out to the board is no changes in this policy, but right at the top, in the first paragraph, the last sentence, it says monitoring current progress will be done as efficiently as possible, balancing the need to allow sufficient time and depth for this important function, as we're doing right now, reviewing all these policies, with the need, balancing with the need to use meetings primarily to create the future rather than review the past. So I just appreciated that reminder as I was reviewing this policy, that although it's good and right for us to review our current policies, that let's make sure we are focusing on that forward-looking, future-looking agenda at every board meeting.
Yeah, that's great. Love that. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Monitoring report for governance policy, process policy 4.7 board committee principles. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Wilburn.
One comment, I think this is typographical in nature. On background, it says the resolution finding it in compliance was passed August 8th, 2025. Which hasn't arrived yet.
Forward thinking?
Forward.
She's looking. Where, Derek? Sorry, I apologize. Last sentence on the background.
In 4.7, I'm sorry if I'm just not finding it yet. Oh, I was looking at the attachment.
See.
Okay. This report passed. Will be passed?
Yeah, it just needs to be changed to will be.
Okay, thank you for. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that, George Wilburn. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see an additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? It wasn't the policy that was incorrect. It was just, yeah, so nothing there. Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Monitoring report for governance process policy 4.8 board committee structure. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Cons.
Okay, I would like to submit to the board a minor change So Mrs. Ruckman, if the board agrees, if there's consensus, I would like for this report to be changed going forward for next year for us to approve the new wording. But in 4.81B,
And Mark, can you bring it up, please? Thank you.
okay, so just scroll up a little bit to 1B. Thank you so much. It says membership for the DAC. Members of the DAC shall be appointed by the Board of Education. That's not quite accurate. In 4.7, it even says they will be approved by the Board of Education. So I just submit that we change that word on line 2 of B to shall be approved by the Board of Education. Okay, and then please do not change further on in that paragraph. It says the board may appoint additional ad hoc members if expertise is desired. That is accurate. So make sure we keep that word. So thank you.
Okay, so we'll notate that in the MRE. No. All right, any other questions or comments? Okay. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Director Cons just approved, correct, appointed to approved. Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Monitoring report for governance process policy 4.9 board agenda planning. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Director Cons.
Okay, thank you. One submittal for clarification on number 6 of GP 4.9.
Thank you, Mark.
This is just to align with another GP that we adjusted, but we are now calling the superintendent evaluations or reviews mid-year and end of year instead of formative and summative. So if we could kindly fix number 6, remove summative and formative and just use mid-year and end of year. Okay, thank you. And then the only other thing I want to, another little point out for the board to keep on our radar is in 2D, I1. I just want to, I do this every year, but I never want to lose our linkages.
Yeah.
Because we get busy sometimes, groups that we've have committed to doing linkages drop out, whatever. So I just want to make sure we keep doing them. I love how we did it last time, where we had a full day of meeting with all of our stakeholder groups, the teachers, the parent sounding board, the student supervisory committee, superintendent committee. I think that I suggest that should be a staple every year as one of our linkages, to have that full with our big overarching questions to talk to every stakeholder group. I loved that. So just want to keep it on our radar.
Absolutely. That's great. Director Wilburn, do you have anything? Okay, that sounds great. Okay. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Can Director Cons please surmise to Cheryl, to Ms. Ruckman, your
number 6, remove the 2 words. I think you got it, and change them. Thank you so much. And I really don't recall if the mid-year one was formative. Yeah,
yes.
We'll have to look at which is mid-year and formative is mid-year. I'm sorry.
Yeah, formative would be the mid-year.
That's what I thought.
And then summative would be everything.
That's what
at
I
the end
thought.
of the year.
So it's kind of backwards, I feel like, in this policy here. Summative would be end of year, and then further on it says formative would be mid-year. That's what I thought. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Very good. All right, 2025, 2026 Board of Education Agenda Planning Calendar. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. 2025, 2026 Board of Education Liaison Assignments. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
We already updated the one committee.
Ms.
with
Rucker? Yes.
Director Payne.
To codify that?
Okay.
That's
Thank
not
you.
voting, right?
And we corrected the spelling on the elementary school. Thank you.
Excellent.
With a hyphen. Oh, will you kindly check for the hyphen? Woodman Roberts, is that correct? Hyphen, thank you. Okay.
All right, that brings
No,
us to,
I think the point was Woodman is plural.
Yes, we got that.
Okay.
all right, that brings us to our presentation, supporting ESL success for National Geographic Pathways, Superintendent Haber.
And with Director Shane Knight, would you like to come to the podium?
All right, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about this. This is Kylie Bailey. She's assistant principal at Rampart High School, and she'll be here to answer any specific questions. It was asked that we just share a little bit of information about kind of why this was selected as an option for you to consider. This is an ESL text adoption. And part of ESL is we wanted to make sure that we have material that doesn't just provide the English language acquisition standards, but also addresses other academic standards. So we look at the reading, the writing, the communications standards for high school. We also look at, Mark, this not working for advancing.
Hey.
We also have the science standards that are present in the National Geographic textbook. Can you advance? So why the pathways? The National Geographic's Pathways series, it's a research-based ESL textbook designed to build English language proficiency through engaging real-world content. I think the real value of this is providing students real-world articles that are grounded in cross-curricular integration of standards. It has high level of academic vocabulary, it aligns with the English language standards by WIDA. It provides scaffolded language opportunities for kids that come from having zero English exposure to nearly proficient English skills. And so that is very rare to find a textbook that has such a wide breadth of opportunities for kids to develop and expand on their language acquisition and to have it embedded in content that they're going to encounter in their other classes. So not only is it helping them acquire the language in the ESL class, but it's also helping build their language skills that are going to be necessary for success in language arts, math, science, social studies, and on the high stakes assessments that our kids are engaged in. And then just being a National Geographic text, it is highly engaging with authentic text and with visual media. Can we advance to the next slide? Why it matters, it's a rigorous text. It has really sound research-based strategies to engage students in the 4 components of language acquisition, which are listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And it gives kids the opportunity to engage in that. Now it's working. Oh, all right. Thanks, Patrick. Are you just watching my finger? All right. So the way the textbook is designed, it provides opportunities for kids to think and discuss around central topic, and then kids to explore that theme a little more deeply. They read 2 texts, and in between the 2 texts that they read, there's a video opportunity. So not only do they get to practice the reading, they get a visual and an audio to help with their listening and their speaking. Then they have to respond to the text, and then they have to discuss and review. And the way it's crafted is to create discussion debates. It's not to teach the content, but it's to create opportunities for kids to discuss viewpoints that are exposed in the different writings, and then to debate them, because that's the ultimate goal of language, is to have conversation and discussions. The way the themes are broken out, there's 5 books in the series. It starts from Foundation, works all the way to book 4, which is the more advanced, and each one has a different theme in each unit, and I've got all those units. I can't read it from here, nor do I care to go over all of those. But you can see all the varied topics from business to exploration of the world, through socioeconomics, through sociology, through career exploration, through scientific topics. It builds students' academic vocabulary across curricular contents. Now, we went through the typical review process. Educators reviewed it, and then we had opportunities for community perspectives. All of the educators who reviewed it felt it was strong, it had strong engaging visuals, that it aligned with the standards, both the content and the language standards, the cross-curricular connections, and then there was strong language development. And a 5-point rating scale out of the, I don't remember, I think there's 57 points across the 5. I don't remember how many. There's a whole bunch, but it averaged to 4.9 out of 5.0 on the total ratings from the educators. Community perspectives, 3 people rated it. All 3 felt that it had strong engaging visuals. 2 out of the 3 felt that it had strong ESL strategies, that it was well organized, that it had a systematic approach towards instruction and valued the cross-curricular notification. 2 of the reviewers expressed that there were some articles that expressed a biased perspective. There certainly are some biases that come through in this textbook series. I mean, it's put on by National Geographic. There's going to be a bias towards environmental consciousness that comes through. That's just inherent in the perspective of it, and I think that's probably why it's being considered with a higher level of scrutiny. We're not here to debate that. We're not here to advocate for one thing or the other. We're here to present why we chose to bring this forward and allow you guys to make the debate. I have some opportunities for you guys to check out the Foundations, Book 1 and Book 2, and I believe you had an opportunity to review Book 3 and Book 4, which had the 3 points that were community members had brought up as a point of concern for bias.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and do discussions now too. And then if we want to discuss again before we vote, we can do that. I am the one that pulled the book, and you are right. The ideological bias in the book is unacceptable. It just does not align with our District 20's vision for student outcomes and character. And in fact, in my opinion, it violates EL 2.1 and 2.2. Misaligns with IN's policy on character, respect, integrity, compassion, and responsibility. And while it does have beautiful, engaging pictures, it does not adhere to our academic rigor, I do not believe. I just can't support some of the quotes that are in there and the one-sided bias that it pushes. And so that is why I pulled it. I believe we have better options for choosing to teach our ESL kids. So any other comments or questions? Director Cons.
I first want to thank the teams that continuously
Yes.
review these books, you know, our staff and public. We know how much time it takes and energy, and our stance on books is never a reflection on any personal.
Sure.
You know, I just want to make
We
sure
understand
we
that.
know that, okay?
appreciate
Because I've been in President
Thank you.
Shandy's position before pulling text, and I understand. I did look at books 3 and 4 again, and I do agree with President Shandy. One question for you, it's kind of a philosophical question, you might not have the answer, but you stated topics are meant to be debated, which I appreciate you pointing that out, that the book certainly does not allude to that. If there's just one viewpoint being given in a textbook, it's not really obvious that they're supposed to be debated. So, and then again, in addition to what President Shandy said about not being aligned with our character ends, specifically, I think about hope, integrity, that in book 4, there's a whole chapter segment on lying and deception. I was just so disheartened that National Geographic wants to give our students a chapter about lying and deception when we could pick any other positive characteristic in this world. That kind of put me over the edge. That's my comment.
And I appreciate that. I do appreciate your time, both of you, and for putting together the presentation and all that. I'm passionate about, and I just jump in. So thank you, Director Collins, for softening all of that for me too. So any other questions or comments, Director Wilburn?
Thank you. I know it's very time consuming, and I went through books 3 and 4 pretty thoroughly as well. And it's clear there's ideological bias present in the book. And for me personally, I'm okay with that, so long as you've got the counterbalance, right? If we're going to present the yin, present the yang, that sort of thing. And we don't have a lot of that here. In fact, we don't have any of it. And when you start getting into the worldview of Leonardo DiCaprio, that's okay. But let's get into the worldview of somebody who is on the opposite side of that. We're getting into carbon footprint, the effect of managing urbanization, which is in essence kind of talking about people where they should live and shouldn't live. And these sorts of topics, they get delicate fast. And if the goal is to enhance one's English ability, there's lots of ways to do it. In book 4, I think it's, the human age begins with human beings have altered the planet so much in just the past century or two that we are now in a new epoch. And then it goes on from there. Okay, where's the other side of that kind of thing? And I remember I listened to there's scientists and science on both sides of the aisle in everything, but certainly in this issue of climate change and human activity and how human activity might be affecting that. And I listened to a great lecture. I can't remember who it was, but it was a guy at some university. I traveled to a lot of universities, as a lot of people know. And he was on the opposite side of the idea that human beings are changing the climate of the planet. And this is what he said, whether you agree with him or not, he made a really great point that how old the Earth is, no one knows. I mean, none of us know. Some people say it's 6,000 years. Some people say it's 60 million. Some people say it's 60 billion. No one knows. We'll never know. But we know it's old. The Earth has been around for a long time. Here before any of us got here, it'll be here after we're all gone. And the idea that the Earth, the age of the Earth, the same people who will tell you, I'm paraphrasing his point, but the age of the Earth is unknown. The same people who will tell you that the dinosaurs died off 65 million years ago will tell you that in the last 100 years, we're changing the Earth's climate. Well, we only have about 140 years of data. It's only been about 140 years that mankind's been able to measure oceanic depths and atmospheric temperature. About 140 years, how accurate those first couple of decades were, nobody knows. But based on about 140 years of data, we're going to make conclusive statements about the change to the climate, and then at the same time say the dinosaurs died 200 million years ago. It's a disconnect. So if we're presenting both sides of this, I'm fine with it. I don't see a lot of that. I don't see the yin, I only see the yang. So for me, that's problematic.
I don't believe there's any other questions. Thank you very much.
Neither Kylie nor I wrote the text.
Yes, no.
You did?
No. I wish I would have, but no. I mean, the reality is it's your decision to make, and we'll respect your decision. It's the best text we could find to meet our students' needs at the moment, but we will continue to look for other texts. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, Air Academy High School bond updates and federal impacts. Superintendent Haberer.
Yes, Deputy Superintendent Becky Allen, CFO.
It's on, right? Okay, great. Please allow me to, again, give a thank you. I did during the work session this afternoon to the board members, to Superintendent Haberer, Colonel Stallworth, Mark. We had such a strong presence today at the Federal Evaluation Team visit. As you can see, a lot of people come in. It's a big deal. People from Washington, D.C. to Boston to California flew in just for this. And to have everyone's voice in that space was very much appreciated. So the purpose of this update is to really give some more specifics around where are we with funding for the PSMI project. Now, it's important to just have a couple of distinguishing pieces. First of all, we've got 2 PSMI locations in play. We've got Douglas Valley Elementary School and we've got Air Academy High School. For Douglas Valley Elementary, remember, there are no building fund, no bond dollars going to the match for that particular site. It is simply the money that we decided as a district, and you as the board and the superintendent decided it was an important enough project. We felt around 13 million was something that we could save over time. We have done that, so building fund dollars are not in play. And what I'm going to share with you here in a little bit only really applies to Air Academy High School. What we are going to be talking about is a limit on the cap associated with the federal match. With respect to Douglas Valley, it's not that there's not a cap. However, we have already put in our design proposal for Douglas Valley. It has already been approved. What the federal government shared with us is when we put that design proposal in, even though we're only asking the money to actually do the design, we also have to put in that proposal what we think the construction will cost. The construction of the new site, the PK8, the demolition of the old school, equipment that we'll need. The dollar amount that we put in that particular document, that design proposal, that is what the federal government said. They will stand by that match amount. We can't go higher than we put in that proposal, even though we still owe a construction proposal for Douglas Valley once the design is complete. The dollar amount they have said verbally, they can support the dollar amount that we had in that proposal. So really, this particular presentation is mainly focused on Air Academy High School, but it inevitably sparks the question, what about Douglas Valley? So that's the update there with Douglas Valley. Again, they will honor the dollar amounts that we put in that particular design proposal. So let's just kind of go through what is the history of the projected costs that we've been considering for this project since the beginning. And when I say since the beginning, we are going to go back to not today's vet visit, the one on March 14th of 2024. It's the one that we will always remember fondly, the 3-day visit where one of the days was a blizzard. All these people came in and they stayed in their hotel room and we did a virtual meeting with them. We had a Wednesday was the first day. It was a beautiful day like this, then all of a sudden over a foot of snow. So all of us always commiserate on that and remember it. So when the team came, we talked heavily about Douglas Valley, but they also wanted to know about Air Academy. And the box that's got the green lettering at the very top of the screen is what we shared with them at that time. We had done some conceptual work starting back in 2023 for Air Academy. And these are the dollars that we anticipated that the project at Air Academy would cost. And it's important that I just point out a few of these specifics. At the time, it was 212.8 million, our estimate, and we escalated that to 2026 dollars at the time. But for this, I've escalated to 2027 because that's the apples to apples we're looking at. At that time, they also requested that buildings built through the PSMI program met net zero and photovoltaic. What does that mean? I did not know. So when I say that, please know I learned myself. Net zero and photovoltaic, by the way, is solar energy. Net zero means just that. What you spend in energy, you bring in energy. So the solar panels, the lighting, all of those pieces, it becomes a zero-sum game. So that cost was $238 million when you escalate it to 2027 dollars. Off to the right in the green font, that is how we derived the bond piece of how much we were asking. So if you take 238 kind of round it a little bit, there you go to a $240 million project. That's where we got the dollar amounts of the 49 million. It was important that people see that. So now let's go to the second chart. This represents things that have happened since the bond passed. Specifically on February 10th, we were notified by PSMI that net zero was rescinded. That's $25.6 million. And we're not going to decide to say, let's just do it anyway. It was something extra. Money is tight, so we say that comes off the books. The other thing that was confirmed on May 19th, and it was discussed again today at the FET visit, was lead silver. Lead silver, the federal government does not require, however, now, but the installation, meaning USAFA, can tell us whether or not they require it. They do not. So between February and May following the bond, a total of 28.5 million came off the cost. That is why you'll see on a separate slide, I'll give you some details on what our particular design proposal was for Air Academy. So let's look at the bottom box. Where does that leave us on May 20th, right? May 19th, we find out lead silver not required. Okay, so May 20th, where does it leave us? If you take the 238.4 million in green, you take away the 28.5 in red that we didn't need to do anymore, you get 209.9. That's really where we were saying this is the dollar amount that we think we will need as the full project. Federal government 80%, D20 20%. So let's turn the page. This slide shows the proposal that we put in prior to the cap. What is very important to know is at the lower right-hand corner, you will see that the 167,838,938, that dollar represents 80% funding from the federal government. When you look right above that number in blue, see the 209.8? Think back to the prior slide. Let's see if I can go back. There's the 2099, right? You see the numbers flowing. And so what the federal government told us is we now have to cap the amount of money that the DoD, Public Schools on Military Installations program, is able to give to District 20. So that's a change from what we were anticipating for this project, where we were never given a cap. 167.8 goes to 120. I'm going to go to the next slide. So now we decide, okay, if they're going to give us 120 million, we have to kind of backwards map. What type of project, total project could we do? Well, if we just go 80-20, that's the share that is typical for these projects. That's the upper right above that line. We'd have 120 million in the federal dollars. That means 30 million in match from District 20 makes a $150 million project. If you do the math, 80% gives you 120, 20% gives you 30. However, we know in the bond, we listed 49 million, and now you can backtrack where that number came from. So if you look down below, an alternative perspective is to say, okay, we get the 120 million from the federal government, and then beyond that, we've got 30 million in match, and our voters approved dollars for this project. There's another 19 million sitting there. We can use those dollars. We now have a total project at 169 million. And that is basically what we presented to the federal evaluation team this morning in terms of what something like that would look like. Now, you might be wondering, as I would too, and as any community member would who voted for this bond, is that okay to do? The 49 million, we thought that's just the 20% match. Is this okay to use the 49 million? So let's look at that. Let's look at the bond language. And I would like to relay the legal advice that we received from our bond attorney at Butler Snow. So the bond language is this long, okay? This box just has the part that's really specific about what these dollars are for. So I want to just highlight, if you'll take a look, it's just kind of a reminder of what this was. Off to the right with the little red asterisk, these dollar amounts do not appear in bond language. However, they were a part of all of our conversations and presentations. So the 83.14 million, we were attaching 49 million to the match for Air Academy High School, 23 million for non-charters, and 11.14 for charters. Then there's an important line that goes below that. It says, and for acquiring, constructing, or improving any capital assets that the district is authorized by law to own. So when we spoke to the attorneys, they shared the following. I have those two areas highlighted specifically in yellow. They said, basically, if you are going to use the entire 49 million, our legal opinion is that that is acceptable, because you would be using those dollars for two purposes. First, you would be using it for the 20% match, which is the first yellow line. And they said, secondly, the remaining 19 million, if you will, of the 49 would be used for the yellow line at the bottom, constructing or improving any capital assets that the district is authorized by law to own. That's the Air Academy High School facility. Let me go ahead. I'm going to move the slide. Oh, yes, thank you. That would be confusing. Okay, but I should have been a little sharper. So let's talk about it a little further, because we know as well that conversations came up last year, and the beginning of this year that sounded like this. Here's a question we would get. What if we were building Air Academy High School and it came in less than 240 million? It came in at 210 million. Would you issue all of the bonds because the matching dollars required for that project would be less? We said, no, we would not issue those. Well, that's really not the situation we're in right now. When we think about it, at the top, there's two main reasons we would not issue all of the 49 million. The second one with the little bubble says, if we had the ability to complete the full scope project under budget. We don't have that. The other one is, if we had such a reduction, or remember, people would ask me, Becky, are you sure the money's going to be there? I said, I don't know. I said, we have the best hopes, but we cannot guarantee. And I used to say, if they cancel the whole thing, then we don't issue the bonds. Well, we're really not in that situation either. They've given us a match value of 120 million. With the 49 million, we can still build a school that meets the bond language. Now, it will have to have some reduction in scope. Square footage is the main piece of that. And of course, we've also talked about the career and technical education pathways. We would still have aviation, still have advanced manufacturing, still put those spaces in a center for excellence, etc. But some of the other pathways that we wanted to also start, culinary arts, hospitality management, computers, AI. We also were talking about some mechatronics, which is advanced manufacturing coupled with robotics. We can't afford to start those new pathways, but we can take what we have and we can make them better. So what our pathway forward at this time, again, given the legal advice, given the very positive response from the federal government this morning, is to continue moving down the road of rebuilding Air Academy High School. We do not want to revert to a renovation. Because remember, renovation is more than just, that looks really nice. It's the plumbing. It is the electrical. It's the HVAC. And we know that Air Academy High School is sorely in need. And so we don't want to dump trying to take old systems, some back from the 50s, and get it up to snuff. And we believe we have a pathway forward in what we shared today. And again, the legal support to say, you know what, the 49 million is a valid use of bond dollars for those two valid reasons. And also saying our commitment to the voters is not now at odds with what we would be doing, because we are not in the situation of saying, great news, we can build the full scope project, we can get it all done for 210 million. That is not the case. So that's really where we are right now. We literally meet with the federal evaluation team again in the morning. We will talk about next steps, and we will continue. It's very important that the community knows. We will continue to look for other ways to complement the dollars. For example, when we sell the bonds, the 47 million, there's a chance there'll be premium. That's additional dollars coming in. Interest income. Community partnerships. We had a great day with Siemens. There could be others out there that they hear about the project and want to contribute. So lots of things are on the table, but this is truly the pathway forward that we see for this. May I answer any questions?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I appreciate all your work this morning and coordinating all of that. I do think we have some exciting community prospects ahead of us, and I encourage you again to really dive into that. Director Cons, do you have any comments or anything?
First of all, on that same vein, they told us that we can't change the scope of the project once we receive the money. So if we were to make a premium on the next sale, interest income, community partnerships, would that be considered after the fact, and then we just add on as we could, correct?
We need to be very strategic when we build that proposal. We have to have some good estimates about what those things would potentially be so that we can incorporate them in the scope so we don't lose out.
And I'm sorry, remind me, and I should know this. What is our goal for projection for it to have that done and submitted?
Well, what we're looking at now is a different approach with the proposal. When we submitted for Douglas Valley, we did a design proposal, got that. Even though we had construction numbers in there, they don't hold you to it. And that's the risk, right? That's the reward of saying, you know what, we're going to go through the whole design and then we're going to have it down to the penny and put that construction proposal in. And that is because if we over or underestimate, we risk putting some of the money that we put in that we maybe didn't need to for a Douglas Valley. This is now a different strategy. 120 million, that's it. So what we'd like to do is put a proposal together. It's called a design construction proposal. It doesn't mean we need blueprints. We can still use our conceptual designs. I asked that today, but that will speed up the process because whenever funding might be in jeopardy, the faster you move, the better. So it will be a priority for us. Just as it's been, I mean, you can see what the team was able to put together today after a couple weeks notice, and we will put the same vigor in the next step as well.
Director Cons.
And that was my other comment, just for anyone out there that was kind of gut punched when we heard the reduction, you know, down to 120 million. They reiterated, the DoD reiterated to us several times today that we are locked in. We are going to get the money, but we do want to move as fast as possible so we actually are in receipt of the money. But they, just for everyone to know, you know, there was 161 schools on military bases, if I'm correct. They had previously done the first 59 in a few years ago. Air Academy was number 61, Douglas Valley was number 71 on the list. They locked in approval through 71, through Doug Valley. From school number 72 on are being reevaluated. So it did put my mind at ease that at least we had that verbal commitment several times.
Yes.
That we're locked in to now receive that money.
And so definitely it's in our best interest to move swiftly.
And there are several of us that are still hopeful that we can fight and get some of that back. So we will continue to do what we can control and connect and do what we can. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Belcher. 6:54. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 1?
We have 3 individuals who have signed up.
Thank you. The board welcomes the comments of our community members. We greatly value all comments from the public, but in order to adhere to board policy and accomplish the work ahead on the agenda, the board and superintendent will not respond at this meeting. Speakers may offer appreciation for or criticism of school operations and programs as concerns them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly, as they are personally responsible for any legal consequences attributable to their comments, including claims for defamation. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker, and consistent with GP 4.04, comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K through 12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right. Our speakers this evening are Lauren Anderson, followed by Eddie Waldrop and Katie Chukis. Lauren Anderson, you're up.
Good evening, esteemed members of the school board. My name is Lauren Anderson, and I recently graduated from Pine Creek High School, where I played varsity soccer for 4 years as a goalkeeper. One quote that always drives me is, "Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard." I believe that with dedication and effort, I could compete with even the most naturally gifted female athletes, even those who may be a bit faster or stronger. But that belief fails if we must compete against biological males. No amount of training eliminates the physical advantages men bring to women's sports. For example, in 2017, the U.S. women's national soccer team, winners of 4 World Cups, lost 5-2 to a team of 13 and 14-year-old boys. Other sports like basketball and volleyball adjust equipment to match female athletes' needs. Women use smaller, lighter basketballs and compete with shorter volleyball nets. These changes promote safety and performance by accounting for physical differences between 2 genders. Women's soccer makes no accommodations. We play on the same field, use the same goals, and kick the same ball as men. As a goalkeeper, I am at higher risk of concussions, fractures, and other injuries if I goaltend against a biological male, since they shoot about 20 miles per hour faster than the average female. The only safeguard women soccer players have is fair competition, and that is ensured by only playing against other biological females. I urge District 20 to adopt policies that ensure female athletes compete only against biological females. Without action, the board will force girls to accept biological boys in both competition and private spaces as a condition for playing high school sports. Your leadership must do more than protect us on the field. It must preserve the very definition and identity of women's sports. Thank you for your time.
Our next commenter is Eddie Waldrop, followed by Katie Chukis.
Hello, my name is Dr. Eddie Waldrop. I'm a D20 parent and proud girl dad of a female student athlete. Tonight, I'd like to voice my support for D20 to adopt a policy reflective of preserving fairness and safety in sports, similar to that of D11 and D49. This topic is too important to wait, and I think it's important for the district to act now. I believe it can be done in a manner that respects the inherent dignity of all parties involved. Those who know me and have heard me speak and talk before will recognize my focus on reason, logic, evidence, and objectivity. On this topic, the essential evidence rests in biological reality and the differences between males and females. Without a policy in place protecting girls' sports and spaces, D20 is effectively compromising the integrity, fairness of school sports and protected spaces. Biological sex is determined at conception and cannot be changed. Sex is determined by what type of gamete a body is designed to produce, large or small, regardless of the ability to produce them. D20 is a large, visible, and important school district, both locally and across Colorado. It's critical for D20 to take the lead and be proactive in setting a standard and policy that protects female athletes rather than putting coaches, parents, and officials and students in precarious situations. I think it's important for D20 to be a leader in our state and our region. I would have loved to see D20 take the lead on this topic and consider it essential to join D11 and D49 in the responsibility in this matter at this critical time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our final speaker for this section is Katie Chukis.
It seems that we can talk about things that are not discussion items. So I'm going to go back to talking about the budget. Again, I live in the district. I'm an Air Academy parent, co-chair of the SAC. And I'd like you to use the 17th, your next meeting, to discuss more about Air Academy High School. This $40 million shortfall in the building is going to be a big haircut, and we should really be using the 2025-26 budget to show future projections to close that gap. We need to raise capital reserves to get this reflected in the forecast. I know we're going to add them mid-year, but let's make a recommendation in the budget that they're allocated to PISMIP and allocated to PISMIP for Air Academy High School. Let's get some scenarios associated with that. Other thing I wanted to say is we need to start fundraising right now through the Air Academy Alumni Association. Last year, this organization was starting to be involved with the 4B initiative, but we needed to pull back on the Citizens Committee. That is a rich group of people, not rich in terms of money, but maybe, but in terms of it's a wide group of people over the past 60 years of alumni who need to be tapped to provide capital money for the rebuild of Air Academy High School. My comments today really are about 13B, about the idea of the November items for the ballot. And it really goes back to item 10M about the agenda planning calendar. That 2-page table is extremely valuable. I encourage all who are considering to be a board member in November to read it, because in my experience, it outlines the cadence to board responsibility and the only topics you can talk about. So look at those. I also encourage some additions to that. I think every April and every May and every year, there needs to be items about what to put on the ballot related to financing. This is in the language of bond initiatives for capital investments or other items that we need to put out to voters like mill levy overrides to get additional funding. This is not stuff for election years. This is for every year in May and April. And I also think this grid is really what the board should focus on. Again, I also have a CHSAA athlete. That's why I don't come in the spring. Hands up if you've got a spring CHSAA athlete. Anybody else have a spring CHSAA athlete? Okay, one other person. But
thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Please vacate. Please vacate. All right, we need a motion to approve Resolution 242-25, approval of primary textbooks for ESL by National Geographic Pathways grades 9 through 12.
Moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Do we want to rediscuss, or are we ready to vote?
Since Mr. Knight's still here, can I ask him another
Absolutely.
question, please? Mr. Knight, can you kind of walk through, just remind us of, this textbook is up for being used starting this fall?
At Rampart this fall.
Okay, Rampart. Are there alternatives? What's the process? Should we vote no? What would be your process? I just would want to know what your situation is.
It's a good question. So right now, there is an inferior resource that's being used with teachers, and teachers have to spend an extraordinary amount of time supplementing, researching, and finding non-vetted, non-research based full package. So they're having to splice things together. So it's not to say that they're using non-research based practices. They're just not all in one place. And so the planning time for the teachers that are supporting our English language learners is going to be continued to be expanded without additional time or compensation, or they're going to have to spend more time looking for resources than this would provide.
And so in the interim, should the vote be no tonight, will your team continue to just be looking at alternatives? How soon would they be implemented, presented?
Yeah, under the normal scope of standards review, it would happen in the fall. We'd come to you in the winter, early winter, so that we can propose. The school always has the right to do a school level review, which is what they did today. They did a school level review, but that wouldn't be again until the spring.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
I want to just work through logistics of just how it looks for our students. For high school ESL students,
Mhm.
I just don't know the program intimately. So are they are all of the ESL students together in a reading and writing class to use this text?
So for the content areas, no. Depending on the student's language ability and where they're at on the scale of language acquisition, some have a pull-out resource like ESL class, a dedicated ESL class. Others are integrated. So for this text, it would be in an ESL pull-out. They would have access to the general education and the content areas throughout the day, but this is an additional supplemental class.
And what about the other high schools with this similar?
Anytime we approve a text, especially those that are school-based, under the previous model of school autonomy, each school can select their own as long as it's on the approved list.
Right.
So if this is on the approved list, it would be available to all of our high schools. But this was specifically before by Rampart.
So I guess what I'm asking is, do we know if other high schools have alternatives for this similar content?
Rampart looked at all the alternatives before they went to this process.
Okay, thank you. Just curious what the pool looked like currently.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have further comment? Yeah. I just think at some point we have to uphold what it is we're about, and that's excellence, even if it means a temporary inconvenience. So, but okay, roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
No.
Director Wilburn,
No.
Director Payne,
No.
President Shandy.
No. All right, we need a motion to approve Resolution 243-25, authorization of the designated election official, DEO, to submit a notice of intent to participate in the November 4th, 2025 coordinated election for the purpose of seeking 3 director position seats open on the Academy District 20 Board of Education.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion, please. Yeah. No, okay. All right, roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Payne,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. We need a motion to approve Resolution 244-25, approval of budget adoption for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion, please. No?
Question.
No question? Okay. All right, roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Payne,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 2?
We have 9 individuals signed up to speak.
The board president will recognize each speaker, and consistent with GP 4.04, the comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of school district, inappropriate for K through 12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
So with 9 speakers, I will call who's up to speak and then who is on deck. If you're called up to deck, please feel free to sit in the front row. Our first speaker tonight is Brian Moody, followed by Ginny Poss on deck. Brian Moody, are you in the audience? Okay, our next speaker is Ginny Poss, followed by Mara Sheldon.
Hello, my name is Jenny Pass, and I'm a cross-country, track, and volleyball mom in D20. I'm speaking today to encourage you to implement a policy regarding biological sex and fairness in athletics. It is a critical time to be proactive and protect our female athletes. Preseason cross-country is well underway. 3 days a week, my child leaves the house at 6:30 a.m. for practice. They go to weights and run a few additional days on their own. We frequent the Colorado Running Company store as every 400 miles we are replacing shoes. The amount of time, miles, and effort these kids are putting into their sport is admirable. For the top athletes, this is not just something fun to keep them busy. They mindfully train and make sacrifices to compete at an elite level. At one of the JV meets last fall, our ladies cross country team competed against a biological male who ultimately won the race. This was unfair and diminished the success and recognition of the female who took second place. The lack of a policy separating sports participation by biological sex is a current issue. Why isn't D20 taking steps to protect our female athletes who have trained diligently and worked through bumps, bruises, and strains and committed their time and talents to their sport? This is an attack on the female athletic community and promotes bias and prejudice against them. D20 female athletes deserve to be protected and defended by their school district. Men have inherent biological differences that provide distinct competitive advantages. Their lung capacity, bone and muscle density are all greater than that of women. Given these differences, we have a responsibility to protect the physical safety, the fairness and equality of opportunities, as well as the recognition for our female athletes. It is dangerous and unfair to allow males to compete in the female divisions. On a team with a number of nationally ranked female runners, it would only take one biological male to displace them. The time to develop and implement a sports policy based on biological sex is now. Neighboring districts are courageously leading and protecting their female athletes. As a mom of a competitive athlete, I am asking you to protect my daughter and provide D20 female athletes the opportunity to compete fairly.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Our next
Appreciate
speaker is Mara Sheldon, followed by Lisa Rainsberger.
Administration and community members. My name is Mara Sheldon, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of early childhood special educators and preschool para-educators regarding a matter that deeply impacts both the quality of education we provide and the well-being of staff who deliver it. Today, we were informed that the expectations placed on early childhood preschool education teachers and paras will grow significantly next year. As we serve general education as a general education teacher for up to 30 students, each of those students require detailed report cards, 3 per year, which are far more intensive than those of elementary grades. We also conduct 2 parent-teacher conferences a year and daily instruction. However, our role does not stop there. We are also act as special education teachers for up to 14 students. That includes responsibilities such as updating progress reports, conducting annual IEP meetings, completing center-based evaluations, and in-house evaluations. These are critical components of early childhood intervention and individualized instruction, and they require focus and careful planning to execute well. And yet, despite the increase in demands, our plan time has been significantly reduced due to an increase of daily contact time and 6 more student contact days next year. We are being asked to do more with less time to do it. This imbalance not only increases the risk of burnout, but it diminishes the quality of work we can do for our students. When we don't have adequate time to plan for lessons, complete evaluations, or collaborate with families, it is our students that are affected. I am asking for preschool teachers to be a part of the planning and the calendar planning. Preschool teachers are not represented anywhere in any of this planning and student contact.
Thank you. Your time is up. I appreciate you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Rainsberger, followed by Jennifer Bergstrom.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Rainsberger, and I'm here to you as the mother of 2 student athletes who graduated from Air Academy. My daughter was 10-time state champion and Gatorade National Athlete of the Year. I graduated from the University of Michigan with a degree in exercise science. I am the 1985 Boston Marathon female champion, 3-time Olympic marathon team alternate, 2-time winner of the Chicago Marathon, and set 3 American records over the course of my athletic career. All of this thanks to Title IX. I attended the Female Athlete Conference last week in Boston and learned the statistics I'm about to share with you from some of the best researchers in the world about sex differences between male and female physiology. Puberty gives biological males a permanent performance advantage. Testosterone levels surge up to 30-fold higher, triggering greater muscle mass, strength, speed, and aerobic power that females cannot match, even with similar training, coaching, and opportunities. By age 14, boys run, jump, swim significantly faster and farther than girls. This divergence directly aligns with rising testosterone and is not due to motivation or effort. In 2019, 10,000 boys, over 10,000 boys, this one still gets me, ran a faster 400-meter time than the 3 fastest women in the world. 10,000 high school boys ran faster than the fastest 3 women in the world. These biological advantages are why sex-separated sports exist. Without them, female athletes lose not just races, but scholarships, podiums, opportunities, respect, and self-esteem. It is imperative we continue to value the importance of protecting female athletes.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Bergstrom, followed by Andrea Dewing.
My name is Jennifer Bergstrom, and I'm a D20 parent and resident. I would like to voice my deep disappointment that the D20 board is even considering joining in the D49 lawsuit and adopting the misguided policy JBA, preserving fairness and safety in sports. Once again, this board seems to have nothing better to do than to focus on political theater at the expense of trans and gender expansive kids. This well-established pattern of hatred aimed at students is appalling. These proposals in no way support the board ends of knowledge, skills, and character, nor did they advance the D20 mission to educate and inspire students to thrive. Instead, you're looking for more ways to take things away from a segment of your student population, thus sending a strong message that some students are not welcome or do not belong in District 20. I find it highly irresponsible that D20 would even consider wasting financial resources by joining this lawsuit. I'm aware that your friends in D11 have joined it, but you picked the wrong friends. You've chosen those who wish to tear down public education, to break it, and to divide it. District 20, I expect you to be better. Stand for something positive. Stand for unity. Stand for your students, each and every one of them. Superintendent Haber, what happened to bringing people together? Instead, you choose to stoke flames of hatred, of separation, and destruction. The D20 of today is a shadow of its former self, but it still holds so much good. You just need to shift the focus back to building positive and inclusive school communities rather than tearing them apart. Your proposed actions do not serve the D20 community, and you know this because otherwise you would not be holding this conversation behind closed doors in an executive session.
Our next commenter is Andrea Dewing, followed by Sherry Sims.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Annie Dewing, and I currently coach in both the boys and girls programs at Air Academy High School, and I had 4 children that went to Air Academy. If all of us here tonight were on the sideline of a 6-year-old level soccer game, and our team had prepared very hard to compete and to win, and then we see our rival team walk up with 13-year-old and 14-year-olds to play, walking on the field, we would be yelling, "This is unfair. They will hurt our kids. Where are their birth certificates to prove how old they are?" As ludicrous as this sounds, it's exactly what District 20 would be allowing by not having a policy in place to protect females in school sports. Let me be clear, this is not about excluding kids. It is about creating a fair and safe environment for female athletes. Why do we have a WNBA? They should just be playing in the NBA if there is no difference with physical ability. Why are there no women playing in the MLS, threatening to compete in the men's tennis pro circuit? I was a Division I soccer player. I coached both boys and girls, men's and women's soccer teams for 35 years. I have 4 kids that all play top level collegiate soccer, 1 that played professionally. I understand the demanding time and effort it takes to be great. As a female, it would take all of the motivation out of working for yourself to the bone to be the best if you knew at any time a biological male could step in and take your place. If my two sons had a pickup game with my two daughters who are excellent players, they would still never win. The fact that we are even contemplating this literally negates all of women's sports and the sheer technical, tactical, and physical aspect, much less considering anything else. Frankly, it's embarrassing to our society that it's even a discussion on the table. It's not a question of if a trans girl will want to join a D20 girls sports, it's when. It's not a question of if a biological girl would get hurt, it's when. It's not a question of if a biological boy will steal a scholarship, perhaps your daughter's scholarship, it's when. And D20 would be accountable. As an athlete and professional in the field, I strongly encourage you to join the other districts in protecting our athletes.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Sims, followed by Brett Dayberry.
Hi, my name is Sherry Sims. My children have attended Air Academy High School here in District 20. I am sharing these thoughts tonight from the perspective of being a varsity high school girls coach, also a D1 athlete and a mom of both boys and girls who have also played high school varsity sports as well as collegiate sports. There's just no way that I would want my middle schooler or high school boys to be exposed to a biological female in their locker room. And there's also no way that I would want my middle school or high school daughter to be exposed to biological males in their locker rooms as well, and both for obvious reasons. It creates discomfort, safety concerns, and unnecessary risk for all involved. District 20 needs to make the effort to create the necessary accommodation to protect all athletes. And as far as participation in sports is concerned, it's currently obvious that biological males dominate in female sports, and that biological females disproportionately do not have the same success in biological men's sports. It is clear that hormone therapy, etc., do not compensate for biology and creating a level playing field in women's sports. My girls have personally experienced this in the past when they've had to play against biological male from the opposing team. And the experience was both unsafe and frustrating as they were up against a stronger and more aggressive opponent. And finally, we choiced our kids into District 20 because the district leadership and community values. So I would just say to those of you on the board that it's critical that you stand up now for our children and that you create policy that reflects common sense and fairness and safety for our female athletes.
So thank you.
Our next speaker is Brett Dayberry, followed by Huey Laugesen.
First off, I want to welcome Susan Payne to the board. Secondly, I want to provide her a bit of personal history. I've been fighting with the D20 board for over 3 years now, fighting to get rid of the woke stuff that's been allowed to happen in this district, fighting for the protection of our kids, fighting for parental rights. At this point, very little progress has been made in these regards, and I have zero tolerance for any more excuses. I've heard them all. One of the chief reasons that this lack of progress is the fact that Aaron Salt sat on this board during that whole time period. Not only did he not get anything done in these areas, he was the deciding vote on a number of issues that could have moved the district toward correcting some of these issues. Now, you've been appointed to replace him. I realize you just replaced him like 15 minutes ago, but I recognize that your window of time and your opportunity to make a difference is very short, because after summer break, it will soon be campaign season for the November board elections. As a start, my recommendation is for you to sit down with Derek and Amy and get the text for the ACA or non-legal name change that currently reads does not require parental approval changed to read does require parental approval. It's quite simple. Do you believe that it's the parents who should raise their kids, or do you believe it's the state's responsibility? After summer break, this change will have been made or not. Either way, it will be due to your input and your vote. At that point, we'll know who to support or not in the upcoming board election.
Our final speaker is Huey Laugesen.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Huey Laugesen. My wife and I live right here in D20, where we are raising our son and our daughter. Tonight, I'm here to talk about something no reasonable party should hesitate to defend: the rights, safety, and fairness owed to our daughters. District 20 needs clear, proactive policy that recognizes biological sex as the basis for girls' sports, bathrooms, and locker rooms. Not ideology, not identity, reality. Neighboring districts, D11, D49, are already acting. They're not waiting for a national headline to land in their backyard. They're not waiting to become the next Loudoun County. They're doing what leaders do, seeing the issue and stepping up before one of our daughters gets hurt. District 20 should not be silent. We sit in the heart of Olympic City, surrounded by athletes and families who understand the value of fair competition and the cost of losing it. Let me say this as plainly as I can. My daughter and every other girl in this district deserves a level playing field. Every girl deserves privacy in the locker room. Every girl deserves to know the truth, the adults in charge have the spine to say no to the nonsense and yes to the truth. This isn't complicated. It's not hateful. It's a bare minimum obligation of this board, in fact. And it's urgent. We can either lead or be led. If we wait until after something terrible happens, that's not leadership, that's cowardice. So tonight, I'm urging this board, don't punt, don't hide, don't pass the buck. Be bold, be clear, set the standard. Let's get this right now before we're forced to explain to our daughters why we didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Haber, do you have any clarification on the preschool changes or UPK?
Yes, and I'm going to ask Cameron Smart, Assistant Superintendent Smart, to address that, please.
Sure. I just want to give a little context. So before Universal Pre-K was enacted, both the sessions were the same amount of time.
Before being what year?
Which would have been 2 years ago, I believe. So when it was enacted, both sessions were the same because the minutes were the same. So then when it was enacted, they changed the requirement for instructional contact time. That initially impacted our PM session, which is our 15-hour session. And so we had to make some changes to lengthen that session to meet those requirements. Then this year, they made some changes to the AM session, which is our 10-hour session. And in order to meet that, we had to add minutes to that session to meet that requirement. And we also needed to add some additional days because just to meet the requirement does that if we have no snow days, no late starts. Well, if you start to add late starts in there, which would have impacted the AM session or even snow days, then we're out of compliance again. So we had to add some buffer time in there to account for that. We also wanted to look at, well, they only go 4 days a week. So those preschool students only go Monday through Thursdays. Friday is really a planning day for the teachers. So we wanted to keep that Friday, not extend into 5 days for preschool students, which you could have done to meet the minutes, but wanted to keep that Friday as a full planning day for staff and not impact that day. And unfortunately, you only have so much time to work within the school day and the work day for staff to meet those minutes requirements. So we were doing this to meet an obligation that the state has set forth.
Okay, so just to reiterate,
yeah,
these are not our random changes. These are
No.
our changes based on changes made from the state that we need to meet those requirements.
Correct. And that was shared with us very late in the semester. I think we didn't even know about it till in May.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for a successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Did the board hear information tonight that would require the review or revision of a policy? I would say yes, boys and girls sports. Did the board hear information tonight that would require a new policy? Yes, boys and girls sports. Did the board hear information tonight that the board would like to include on a future agenda? Yes, boys and girls sports. There are, need my glasses by this point, 15 people watching on the live stream. I move that the Board of Education convene in executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-402 4D to confer with an attorney for the board for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions related to potentially joining the School District 49 versus Sullivan et al. Number 25-CV-1463D Colorado, pending in the U.S. District Court for the District of Colorado as a plaintiff in the litigation. And the Board of Education is also considering whether to direct the adoption of a policy JBA titled Preserving Fairness and Safety in Sports. While in executive session, the board will not adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Lastly, the Colorado Open Meetings Law does not require the board to make a record of the executive session in which the attorney is present and providing legal advice. Colorado CRS 24-6-402 2D.52B.
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Cons,
Aye.
Director Wilburn,
Aye.
Director Payne,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. The executive session will be held in Superintendent Haberer's office, and invited to this executive session are Director Cons, Director Payne, myself, President Shandy, Director Yanez, but she is absent. Is she going to join virtually? No. Okay, she will be absent. Director Wilburn. Also invited are Superintendent Haberer, Ms. Becky Allen, Mrs. Tanya Thompson, Mr. Mark Belcher, Mr. Cameron Smart, Mrs. Susan Field, Mrs. Shelley Kuser, Mr. Shane Knight, and Mr. Chris Murray. The business portion of this meeting is over. We will take a 10-minute break to reconvene in Superintendent Haberer's office for the executive session. Okay, we are back in the boardroom, the D20 boardroom. Present is Ms. Thompson, Director Payne, Director Wilburn, Superintendent Haberer, President Shandy, and Director Cons. This meeting is adjourned.